Oh, you have to put the right head on. Of course, there we go. The Voltron bunny girl is assaulting Tokyo. You're welcome. Here we've got a kitten here. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, that is a Roomba. All right, can I get on top of the Roomba? Come on, kid. I know cats. There we go. Now let's keep going. Go all the way. And I'm leaving my owner. Ah, yes. Going to, oh, it's the speed of the wind. See, he can reach his girlfriend. He's getting blown away. Can I even go beyond this? If you keep pressing up, it goes even past that and it kills him. Truly, mildly considerate. This, friends, is the face of true consideration. Downloading. Oh, can I actually go backwards in the downloading? I can. How the hell? Oh, nope. Come on, go. There we go. Yep. Back. All right, inside the meeting room. Gotta look at the graph. Gotta impress the boss. Is this dude's fly open? It's totally open. Like, what do I do here? I guess it's just make everyone focus on this one thing. This cow is so cute. Yeah. All right, are we gonna butcher? Let's get some lunch. No! Oh, so you can... The cow gets closer and closer. He's just staring at them uncomfortably every time I open and close the curtains. Oh, hey, what the hell? Oh, I can thumbs up, thumbs down. Tell him to stop. How about that? Don't do what you're doing anymore. Going into the haunted house with a boyfriend. Am I beating the ghost to death? I am. I'm beating the ghost. I am beating the hell out of the ghost. Oh, no, still beating the ghost. How long can I beat this ghost for? I'm gonna beat this one too. Anyone else? Anyone else want a piece of this? Oh, relationship is not getting ruined by you, Mr. Alien. Come on, give me some more. Time to pay the bill. Okay, so, oh no, it's okay. Oh, all right, bye. I mean, have fun. I've got a date tomorrow. Tomorrow's the field trip. Tomorrow's the outdoor concert. Ah, yes. Here we have the, oh, nope. Don't want you to get rid of that bad weather. Yeah, chill out down here. As a matter of fact, hold on, let me see. Can I like, oh, no, don't do that. Hey, walking along. What, I could move, but instead, ow! You became stranded. All right, there's the boyfriend. This is just like, wake your ass up! Get up! Come on! You think you can go to sleep, Jack? You think just because there's one plank of wood, I'm gonna let you die? Would you get us some tea, please? Oh, all right, let's mix a little water in there. Oh, yeah, how about some more? And then some coffee. Can you make mine a little sweet? Okay. Oh, yeah. Time for some diabetes. Put it all in there. Yeah, fill the whole cup up. Turtles are so slow. That's not true. Want to race me? This rabbit is creepy as hell. This poor turtle, sure. So technically, who won there? Popcorn. Oh, yeah, you want a place to put your pop? Oh, go ahead. Oh. How much popcorn can I? Oh, I can take his popcorn too. Okay, put that over there. There we go, yeah. All right, lightsaber duel. Obi-Wan Kenobi. There we go. Having some performance anxiety here. Answer correctly to win a prize money. Consider it. Which is it? What? I don't. There's no budget. There's no budget. 3. So how are you gonna pay me? Because that was technically the right answer. Hi, I'm Guidebot. If you want to know where to go, ask me. The people always force me to work. I'll revenge you one day. Oh, I'm making it go crazy by doing enough of this. Okay, so I've overworked Revenge Bot over there, whatever the hell it is. I wonder if it'll come back to that. Going to the arcade. Boyfriend. Oh, all right. So now I have to do better than the boyfriend. hold on. Ready? Ah! Ah! Yeah! You became stranded again. This happens a lot. Do I have to slap the shit out of my boyfriend one more time? What the hell? I can do this to the... Yeah. I'm just going to the concert. I left him for the concert. Now he's gonna die. Uh-oh. Not good, not good, okay. Can't, oh no. Oh no. Oh, I missed the people. There we go, I got one. Big flush, little flush. What is this? That's the sound. Perfume. All right. Oh. Yeah, that's what happens. All right, get out of there. Oh no, I got rid of one of the models. There's only one left to get rid of. Happy birthday. Yeah, thanks everyone for coming. Oh, oh. How cute. Ah ha ha. What the hell? It's just, nope, stop it. I'm not going out. I'm gonna burn this are you okay? The candle burnt all the way down and she never managed to get it out. Who wants cake? Oh, I've got to cut it. Okay. How about... Keep it going. You may have 1 millimeter of cake. What the hell? I'm ZZ, the VTuber. I just have to adjust a few settings. Hold on. All right. What? I'm just punching my monitor. This is what I have to say about your settings. Train your brain. Guess how many people are left in the house? Okay. All right, well, there's 3 people. Then 3 people left. There's another 3 people. Oh my God, that house is on fire. Input your answer. So, hold on, can you, 911. Does 911 actually come? It's also possible all these people just want to die, so they're just rushing to the house to burn alive. I'd like to think that they're like the fire department or something though. All right, it's the Matrix. Bullets coming. Bullet. The bullet just killed him. What the hell? Is this like a girl? Oh, you can land in his arms. Hold on, just floating over him. Here we go. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go over here this way. I'm just gonna, oh, you can I've got to drop this lightly into the soy sauce. Yes, I love sodium. Oh, it's so good. The violently putting it into the soy sauce. At the bar, having a drink. I'm such a fool. Yeah, it could be that I just don't have the... I'm creating an alcoholic. How many can I drink while she tells me her story of men? Keep it going. I'm gonna have cancer. My entire liver is going to explode. Look at the stack of drinks. Will you back me up? Look, I'm like 212 cosmos in, okay? Hey, stop it. If I can't have a relationship, nobody can. Actually, here, can I go? I'm gonna go around this way. Ow. I'm trying to get right in between the both of them. There we go. There, I'm better for you anyway. There we go. I finally killed one of them. It just took forever. I'm gonna set off the fireworks. Timing is everything. I had a great time today. Oh, hold on. Yes? Oh, he's gonna ask her out. Ready for it? Ready for it? Okay. Oh, there we go! Try again. You wanna ask her one more time? No! Come here, keep it going. How'd your marriage proposal go? I wish I could say they lived happily ever after, but I'm pretty sure they didn't. Long ago, somewhere far away, there was an honest woodcutter. One day he dropped his precious axe. A goddess then appeared. What kind of axe did you drop? A golden axe or a silver axe? Or... you know what? I'm just gonna leave. Forget it. I don't want to be a part of this. I mean, she's still alive, so technically it's not murder. What is this? Oh, it's like a little creature. What the hell? What? What is... You can't run from this. You can't run from this. Train your brain. What do you see? Answer in English. Okay. All right, that was an apple. So what happens if we pick orange? All right, I'm pretty sure that was a cherry. But I guess we can do grape. That was... What the hell was that? I'm gonna go with this. Now they're just censoring everything! What am I supposed to pick? There's nothing there. There's nothing there at all. I'm violently pregnant. I'm gonna sit in all the laps first. Oh, I'm gonna punch this guy out. Or I guess I could also hold his hand. I'm gonna have this lady run the freaking marathon while she's pregnant. 3 a.m. Wake the baby up. Wake up, child. Make it so that your parents get no sleep. All right, so we've got to focus this. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can bring it. Oh. Yeah, there we go. There's your family picture. You're welcome. All right. So now, this is the photo album. How time flies. You're already 3, okay? Oh. What? Oh, Jesus. Seems my time as a mother, something will... I can go back and forward. I go all the different directions. How many horrible things did I put my child through? I wonder if one day this child too will be as considerate. How am I considerate? But nowadays, don't they say that being too considerate is... Oh, well, that's true. Since everyone's different, you need to be considerate. If you have to ask, I can't read it fast enough. Still, being considerate is a good thing. No, it's not. You're welcome, young child. I know you can do it. I lived a terrible life and I got to this point after all. I'm so proud of you, my son. Oh, here we go. We're all the way at the end of the child's life. Family. What the hell? Oh, hold on. I have an idea. Okay, go ahead. Sit down. No, sit down. Where are you going? All right, so now the overall results. Detailed results. Not considerate at all. A selfish hairdresser. Oh my God, you can see all of the stuff. Common sense needs work. Specific knowledge, poor. Spatial awareness needs work. Adulting, horrible. Wow. I scored 170 out of 1,000 points. If there's one thing I learned from this, it's that I'm terrible at adulting, and so too will be my child. Anyway, folks, hope you enjoyed this episode of Consider It More. Until the next time, stay foxy and much love.
Yes, be more like Oprah. We've already discussed a few different genres of YouTube videos and the problems presented by them.
Wait, what's going on here?
Yet so far, we've neglected to discuss the most egregious genre that plagues the platform. I'm, of course, talking about infotainment videos that claim to contain educational and informative content presented in an entertaining way. Oh, Kevin, who wrote this episode. Are you poking fun at me, Kevin? My videos are entertaining and educational. Everyone loves them, Kevin.
Feels weird.
Of all the content you could be watching, these videos are the most devoid of creativity. But it's not like they're even trying to be creative. It is a poke at me. Look, it just makes sense. If I make a video that says like 10 things that really shock you about Vikings, I'm obviously going to make a video, the 10 things that really shock you about samurai. Is it creatively bankrupt? Absolutely yes. Am I ashamed of it? Maybe a little. Am I comforted by the large amounts of money that it makes? Absolutely yes. While other channels produce music, comedy sketches, game shows, and more, the lazy-ass writers for these channels, they tell you things that have already happened. So at least Kevin's making fun of himself as well. It's not just me. Rather than trying to have an original thought for once in their lives, these writers instead make a career out of telling you about the accomplishments of people far greater than them. When Magellan's expedition became the first to circumnavigate the globe, it was because they were brave explorers seeking to discover new possible trade routes. Magellan didn't die on that journey, just so some arsehole 500 years later could get paid to tell you about it. No, but thank you, Magellan, you legend. Thank you, Magellan, for doing the interesting thing so that we don't have to. I could just tell people about the Magellan. The problem is hardly a creation of YouTube either. About 50% of book sales in the US are non-fiction books. Waste of time, just like school. And throughout history, non-fiction works have vastly outnumbered fiction. Now, I'm not pretending that education doesn't have any value. The audience of Brainblaze is far too intelligent and attractive to believe such a ridiculous statement. You are, aren't you? Especially you, Peter. You stunner. I love you, Peter. I love you. Just adjusting my microphone. But still, these writers could stand to spice things up a little by adding some creative embellishments to the stories to keep them interesting.
That's my job.
Yeah, we could do that. Or we could just take a Wikipedia page and be like, yo, ChatGPT, add a little spice, my man. It's like, it's a scary future, isn't it? We're all fucked.
It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel
Maybe instead of Magellan being killed during his expedition by a poison arrow, they could insert a chapter about his deaths at the hand of Xerthax the Conqueror. Who the fuck is Xerthax? An invader from the Crab Nebula he encountered while sailing near the Philippines. I mean, fuck history. Let's make it up. It's more fun.
History is written by the victors.
After all, people came to these videos to be entertained. Nobody wants to listen to some smug writer listing off a bunch of facts and research to really let you know how smart they are, and that's why a lot of these channels have presenters to make the scripts a little bit more palatable. Yes, yes, yes. How are we going to make this more palatable? Well, we'll take it. We'll get a balls guy with a British accent to read it, and everyone will love it. Yes! I say presenters plural, but it's usually just some... No, Kevin, it's just some generic-looking bald dude with a beard, so it's possible that every infotainment video on YouTube is recorded by the same person. These presenters take away the air of pretension that exists in the writers by making it clear that they'll not remember anything they've read, because nothing says quality educational channel like learning from somebody who didn't know the facts involved before reading them to the camera and who'll forget it all 20 minutes later.
Kevin is so fired.
And now I'm wondering, wait, was Magellan killed by a poison arrow, or was it that Xerxes dude? But infotainment is a giant category with lots of different subgenres, so let's take a look at some of the different subsections of videos and how dumb they are.
Place your bet!
True crime. Kevin, is this video just going to be making fun of the actual channels that I make?
Yes.
I wish I paid more attention to what my writers pitch me. I'll say, yeah, sure, Kevin, sounds good. I can take it. I can handle it. Oh, I'm a confident man. When it comes to creatively bankrupt content, there's nothing worse than... Oh, there's nothing worse than true crime. Oh, look, it's yet another video on Ted Bundy. The dude confessed to his crimes and has been dead for over 30 years. It's not like there's going to be some breaking new developments in the story to inform people about. Viewers...
If you were a woman was diagnosed with mesothelioma.
Viewers are often drawn to videos about high-profile cases involving killers they've heard of, but the facts of the cases rarely change. I could write a video about Ted Bundy right now, and the only difference between my video and the hundreds of others that already exist about him would be that this time I'm the one who got paid for it. Of course, I can't in good conscience recommend that writers embellish or fabricate details in these videos. Making up shit about Magellan and the aliens is one thing, but making up stories when it comes to true crime is a bit more problematic. Yeah, there are channels that are on YouTube that I'm not gonna name, where it's like the embellishment is basically, it's like, okay, let's say take Ted Bundy as an example, and it'll be like, and then Ted thought to himself this, and it's like, how do you know what he's thinking? And I know it's like based on a true story content, but it is like, if I got a script, I got a script the other day, and it was like, at some point, the writer of the script is like, yeah. And then Detective so-and-so said to himself this, like whispered to himself. And I'm like, how do you know that? How do you know that? And it's like, oh, he said it in a documentary later. And I'm like, great, then you need to say that. Because all I hear when I see that is like, you're making that up.
You made those words up.
Because there's like channels, and it's like, there'll be some tiny thing, and it'll be like, yeah, body found. And the person will be like, they were having their lunch on a Sunday after. It's like, what are you talking about? You're just making it up. Which is fine. I mean, go for it. But it's like, it's a bit weird. Like 95% of statements included in these videos are already couched with the word allegedly in an attempt to avoid libel lawsuits. So fabricating details of a real case is a dangerous proposition. But that doesn't mean the world has to be subjected to yet another retelling of Charles Manson. If true crime YouTubers were serious about creating new and engaging content, they should be out there committing crimes. Yes, Kevin! Think about it. The most common advice for writers is to write what you know. And what could a person know better within the realm of true crime than the crimes they've committed personally? Plus, as the criminal starring in the episode, it would give the content creator total control over the story in question. A person could commit the most elaborate and implausible crimes possible to ensure that the stories would be as engaging as possible. Better still, by committing your own crimes, it can help avoid demonetization. How? YouTube's still going to be like, no. YouTube has been cracking down on all sorts of content lately, and true crime is one of the genres that's been hit hardest by this. I mean, I have a YouTube true crime channel.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
And look, if it wasn't making money, I wouldn't do it, would I? It does decent. But by carefully designing the crimes themselves, it would allow the creator to build a story that doesn't involve any of the elements that aren't advertiser friendly. It's like, what crimes are you committing? Corporate fraud. The problem is that's boring. The crimes they're interesting and people want to hear about is like, he murdered 7 people in a bus. And you're like, oh God, I guess I have to murder 7 people in a bus. Don't do this, by the way. This is all just comedy. Don't go out there and be like, yeah, I made a true crime channel where I commit crimes because Simon told me to. Don't do that. It's a bad idea. It'll get those views, though, won't it? Sure, true crime videos could stick with the tried and true method of producing repetitive videos on the same topics, but if those channels really cared about creating meaningful and original content, they'd be writing down their own crimes. YouTubers could even do interesting collabs by involving other people in their crimes. But instead... Imagine a Mr. Beast video. This week, I went out and killed 6 other YouTubers. The last surviving YouTuber gets $100,000. On my hit list this week. But instead of doing any of the dirty work themselves, these videos instead teach other people how to commit crimes that the channel can make videos about later. These are channels with entire lists of rules for criminals on how to avoid capture. Thanks to forensic technology, these rules won't actually help, but they could potentially provide a stream of new content thanks to impressionable viewers. Whatever it takes to ensure that the writers and presenters never have to leave their computers. I mean, fair play though, Kevin. It's like... The other day, I got an email. Someone was like, do you want to come here and talk about this? And I'm like, wait, do I have to leave my office? And they're like, yeah, you do. You actually have to get on a plane. I'm like, no. 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 I'm not going anywhere. I like being at home. Thank you very much. Unsolved mysteries. Once upon a time, there was a writer named Kevin. One day, he got fired by his employer over an offensive piece of satire, and he died penniless in the gutter. The end. That's not obviously a good story. It's too short. It lacks any real tension or drama, and this Kevin character sounds like a bit of a prick. However, there's still something I really like about this story. It has a beginning, it has a middle, and it has an end. That's an important aspect of any good piece of narration, both fiction and non-fiction. When was the last time somebody told you, I love all the Sherlock Holmes novels, but my absolute favorite is the one where Sherlock doesn't solve the mystery and you never find out what happens?
The Abominable Bride.
Yeah, of course not. The answer to that is never, because a book that ended like that would be about as satisfying as jerking off with sand. The answer to that is never, because a book that ended like that would be about as unsatisfying as jerking off with sandpaper. Ah! And also, Kevin, are you trying to get me demonetized? Well, the one silver lining on Unsolved Mystery videos is that it does present a bit of a chance for some creativity. Since the story only has a beginning and a middle, it means that the video has the opportunity to wildly speculate about any possible ending that they want. Unfortunately, this isn't really what happens. Rather than trying to create an exciting end for these stories on their own, the videos will just rehash the most popular theories for what really happens. Yes, but the problem is that's factual reporting. If it's like the Philadelphia experiment, and it's not actually, that one doesn't have an ending because it was all just made up and it was a movie. But like, I don't know, Denver International Airport recently made about it. Oh, that one also has an ending because it's just like their maintenance tunnels.
We
Spoilers.
It's always, I think what I'm trying to say is like, I'm not going to make up an ending, or people aren't going to make up an ending, or maybe people are, where it's like, yeah, it turns out that is the gate to hell. It's like, no, it's maintenance tunnels. It's really boring. Sorry. Even worse, sometimes you'll have videos where the presenter is some sort of skeptic. Lots of unsolved mysteries involve ghosts, aliens, or other paranormal phenomenon. It would be one thing if you had the real answer and could pull off the mask of this Scooby-Doo villain for everyone, but what's the point in saying with absolute certainty that the solution isn't ghosts or aliens if you don't have any fucking idea what actually happened? I'll tell you what, Kevin. I'll answer that question for you. That's a rhetorical question, but I'm going to answer it for you. Because ghosts are not real, and aliens, which I believe are real, are not here. They're not building tunnels under an airport or some shit like that. That's why, Kevin. That's why. While the stories are usually really compelling at first, the fact that none of them has an ending means the videos never leave the viewer with any sense of closure. Of course, the simplest explanation for why these videos remain so popular is maths and science. Okay. Ah, yes, if it isn't the two least popular subjects in school. Maths is the #1 most hated subject among students, with science following immediately behind it. Really? Really? These were like the subjects I liked the most. I was like, I had English literature. You could fuck off with making 13-year-old Simon having to read the most boring books that have ever been. I ignored in its entirety classics. Like, any books that were classics, I ignored because I had such a shit time with them at school.
Yes, we read it at school. Fuck off.
Reading fucking Ethan Frome by Edith No One Gives a Shit over and over again, and analysing, well, what's she trying to say in between the lines, between the relationship between Frome and who gives a shit? And it's like, I never wanted to touch another classic book again. Then I accidentally read a Hemingway book, and I'm like, oh my god, classic literature is amazing. And now all I read, I'm just working my entire through Hemingway's everything he's ever written.
Shot himself in the leg whilst aiming at a shark.
And it's amazing. And then I read Woodhouse, or Wodehouse, however the fuck you pronounce it, and I'm like, oh my god, it's also amazing. And I'm like, fuck anything written recently, I'm just reading the classics. But why did English at school have to fuck that up so much for me? Why do you have to make me... And it's like, yeah, I get that, like, I'm reading... Like, one of my favorite Hemingways recently is The Sun Also Rises. And it's like, yes, I get there's, like, a lot of subtext.
You can't spell subtext without S-E-X.
Some of it I'm getting, some of it I'm not. But you know what I'm really enjoying? The story and some of the subtext I'm getting. Do we really have to, like, analyze into fucking the ground about what Hemingway thinks about, like, Jake's relationship with the woman and all of this? It's like, it's just enough. Enough! It's just enough. It ruins it. And it ruins people's appreciation for literature. Sorry, rant over. It's fucking hot in here. I don't like it. It's winter, but it's like, now it's really warm outside. For some reason it's like 20 degrees, but I already turned my heating on. And now it's just like 25 degrees in here. I'm sweating, and I'm also getting all shirty.
What is shirty? That's not even a word.
So what? Are people out there making maths and science videos on YouTube because they didn't get beaten up enough as a kid? To be fair, maths is also the most popular subject in school. Basically, everybody either really loves maths and science or they really hate them. Oh, that makes sense.
My brain hurts!
It essentially makes these videos the infotainment equivalent to political commentary because half of the audience is going to hate everything you say no matter what. It's not quite though, Kevin, because if you do politics, if you get into politics, everyone fucking hates you because you're like, well, I think this, and everyone's like, oh, I don't think that, and some people are like, I think that, and it's like, it's just fucking a toxic wasteland of, like, I don't know, I'm fairly apolitical, like, I don't give a shit, like, do what you want. Like, whatever. Also, most of it's Americans, and I'm not American, so I don't care. But it's like, you just don't want to go there. It's just miserable. And I get that you can, and then you're going to get, like, a really passionate audience of people, but it's like, I just don't want to be hated. It's like why Oprah doesn't want... I'm not comparing myself to Oprah, but it's like why Oprah doesn't run for president. Because everyone loves Oprah. And if she runs for president, whether as a Republican or a Democrat or whatever, the other half are going to hate her. No matter what. And Oprah's like, I just like being liked. Oprah's philosophy on that is, yes, be more like Oprah. Of course, science gets really complicated and can be difficult to explain. Your teachers may have had a PhD in science, and if you're in the United States, there's a good chance they were also required to get a master's in education as well. These are highly trained professionals, yet they still struggle to explain scientific concepts to students. What chance does some random YouTube video have of teaching you about these advanced topics? Honestly, like, I'm not like some sort of mega genius. So when I read a script, and I also like... So when I read a script, and I'm not really getting it, I send it back and I'm like, yo, Kevin, simpler. Explain it. One of my favorite quotes from any movie ever is, have you guys seen that Margin Call movie? And the guy comes in and he's like, yes, Mr. So-and-so, why don't you explain it to me like I'm a small child or a particularly intelligent golden retriever?
And the Oscar goes to
Simon Whistler.
And it's like, mwah! Because he's like talking to some guy who's got like a PhD. He's like a rocket scientist who works at a financial company. And the boss comes in. It's like, you got to explain it to me like I'm a small child. Like, mwah! Brilliant movie. If you haven't seen it, Margin Call is the movie. And I didn't make this up. I saw it like in a review or whatever. But it was like, Margin Call is the movie where the producers just decide to spend all of the money on actors. They're just like, let's spend the entire budget on actors and just put them in an office and spend no other money on anything else. And it just results in almost a play. It's just perfect. It's a perfect movie. And if you see it and think, oh my god, this sounds boring, it's about like credit crunch crises or whatever, trust me, it is 100% worth. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. Like finance, who cares? But it's super interesting. Am I honestly supposed to believe that a script written by some guy with a business degree and read by some other guy with half a law degree is going to be able to teach people about the finer points of quantum mechanics or general relativity? And I'm sure that these videos were made mere minutes after the same team member made supposedly an educational video that was likely 50% dick jokes. It's even worse when these science channels focus on technology from science fiction, because then you wind up with a channel that is one disappointing video after another. Can we create life centers, clone dinosaurs, wage war, and badass fucking mechs? No, no, and no. We're sorry to disappoint you. If you can dream it, there's a video out there to tell you it's impossible. It's essentially just an entire genre of YouTube channels dedicated to crushing all of your hopes and dreams, assuming that you can actually understand what the hell they're even talking about. Cold read channels. Have you ever been watching a YouTube video and thought to yourself, well, this is really interesting, but I wish the presenter would take a break every 30 seconds to tell me about the massive shit his kid took in a restaurant? It's literally a story I told like a month ago. Oh my god, I'll tell it again.
It's fine, you don't have to.
Very short version. I was having lunch, and my kid just takes a huge just like not in the toilet. Just like we're having lunch outside because it's summer, and he just goes over like to the corner. Yeah, and he just takes a massive shit. Just massive. Absolutely like human, like not human, but like adult size shit. It was disgusting. You know, just something to break up the flow of the video, make the speaker lose their pace on the teleprompter, possibly skipping important lines of the script. If that's the case, then allow me to introduce you to the world of cold read YouTube channels. Cold reading in the theatrical sense, not in the bullshit mentalist sense, yes. These videos combine two popular forms of content, reaction videos and literally anything else. Why put out a highly polished and informative video for others to react to when you could just react to your own video while making it? Yes, Kevin, exactly. It is quite amazing that I have 3 channels like this, and like I get paid for this. I just sit here and read this. And I mean, I have to organize shit. But really, it's just like someone writes it for me, I load it up onto my teleprompter, sit in front of a microphone. It's like, hey, what up, folks? Okay. Thank you, though. Thank you for watching, and because that's how I get paid. I love you. Is the living embodiment of Bill O'Reilly's "fuck it, we'll do it live" philosophy. I have to admit, this can be really effective in genres like true crime. Stories about serial killers can be really intense, and it can be comforting for viewers to see the presenter becoming just as disturbed by the information as they are, assuming the presenter does find it uncomfortable, that is. The people making these videos are prone to bouts of ADHD, so they may be halfway through a sentence in which a killer is cutting off a person's head, only to suddenly go on a 20-minute tangent about their Greyhound bus ride across America. Well, Kevin, to be fair, I was making a video about someone on a Greyhound bus ride across America who then killed everybody! But I understand your point, Kevin. I apologize.
Apologize about mine.
It's a common problem across these types of videos, and the ability to transform a 12-minute video into a 30-minute video of tangents is truly an exercise in narcissism.
I am so fired.
Have you guys ever done that narcissist test? Where it's like, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? I did that, and it was like, you're a narcissist.
Oh, shocker.
And I was like, yes, 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 tell me something I do not know, internet test man. You idiot. I could write a better test than you. And that narcissism seems to be contagious. There was a time when just the presenters going off on long tangents during their reactions to the scripts, but now you got writers thinking that gives them the carte blanche to go on wild tangents as well, as if anybody gives a shit about them. Right on, Kevin. Remember your place, Kevster. Speaking of which, it reminds me of this funny thing that happened back in my first semester of college in Miami.
Bing, 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 bong, bong, bong. Get those lights off. Bing, 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 bing.
I'd always been a socially awkward nerd, and guessing my roommate was as well, because it never occurred to either of us that the conversation about putting a sock on the doorknob. One day, my roommate surprised me by coming home from class much earlier than expected. When he walked through the door, he looked at me, sitting on the edge of my bed, holding my shirt stretched down past my waist with the bell. So, Kevin, where are you going with this? Then he looked at the girl kneeling on the floor in front of me, and then he sat down at his computer and started checking his email. Kevin, what the fuck? And what's your roommate up to? Hello. At this point, you may be wondering what exactly this story has to do with what we were just talking about. Kevin, it sounds like you just threw it in there to get me demonetized, to be honest. The answer is absolutely nothing, babe. You can endure all sorts of rant and tangents like this. At least there's still a lot you can learn from these cold read videos, as long as you never hope to learn the correct pronunciation of anything. Business dunking on idiots. Sales is one of the world's oldest professions. There are thousands of years of business dealings recorded throughout history, creating an endless well of content. There are improbable success stories, hilarious failures, products that killed their creators, retro advertisements that are insane by today's standards, and so much more. Even the world's oldest known maths mistake was found in the record of the business transaction for barley over 5,000 years ago. The business world provides a wealth of opportunity to create content that could be of value to people in their real lives. Yeah, but why create value where we can just shit on people's mistakes, Kevin? Why would people want value when they can enjoy some Schadenfreude?
Schadenfreude, huh? What's that, some kind of Nazi word?
Yep, it's German. The happiness of the misfortune of others.
Happiness of the misfortune of others. That is German.
Even if entertainment videos about businesses aren't going to turn you into some sort of investment genius, there's still plenty to learn. Fuck it, let's talk about conspiracies instead. That sounds way more fun, and there's an entire genre of infotainment dedicated to dunking on conspiracies, Florida men, Darwin Award winners, and more. Yeah, I mean, Kevin, look, I understand, like, a started business blaze is going to be like a semi-bad comedy channel about, like, business stuff. But then it's like, guess what? People didn't watch it very much. So instead, I made videos that people actually watch. So, like, fucking shoot me. I'm so sorry.
I'm feeling very attacked right now.
Am I sweaty under my arms? I feel like I'm sweating everywhere. Wow, this shirt's like, it's not too sweaty. Am I sweaty? Hey, that's not bad. I thought I'd have big patches under here. I will soon enough.
Where the fuck am I?
The topics are a bit all over the place because these channels often struggle to find their own identity. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised to discover that some of them even put out videos about business occasionally. But when it comes to conspiracies in particular, don't you think that these videos might be a little bit dangerous to resist? Not because the secret cabal of lizard people is real and they're going to come and kill you for revealing the truth about their existence, but because somebody could hear about it and think that somehow it's true. The goal of infotainment is supposed to be to leave people better informed, but these videos just present obviously fake information while laughing at it the whole time. Yeah, because it's fun, Kevin. It's fun, Kevin. While I don't honestly think that people are watching those videos and turning into conspiracy theorists, people who are already conspiracy theorists aren't watching them and suddenly having their minds changed either. That's not my goal, Kevin. I just want to laugh at dumb people. Not everything has to have some, like, higher purpose. Or it's like, why you made these videos? It's like, oh, because I want to remind people that they shouldn't believe in conspiracy. No, I just want to laugh at people who think the earth is flat, Kevin, because they're dumb.
And I am burdened with glorious purpose.
And that's okay. You're not going to get anybody to join you on the side of reason and logic by laughing at them and saying how stupid they are. In all likelihood, the only way a video on conspiracy theories could change somebody's mind is to first present a conspiracy such as the moon landing hoax as being real. The video would then spend the first half showing all of the evidence of the conspiracy and convincing the viewer that it was real, then spend the second half of the video tearing down the arguments they just made. I'm not convinced that it's actually possible to make an effective video like that, and if anybody's done it, that's certainly something I've not heard about 50 times already. Steady on. Likewise, there's not necessarily a lot of actionable information to be gained from a Darwin Award video or a Florida Man video. I don't think the average YouTube person needs a video telling them not to cut their own head off with a chainsaw to prove their manliness, or it's a bad idea and illegal to throw an alligator through the window of a Wendy's drive-thru. Yeah, but it's funny to hear about, isn't it? But if nothing else, perhaps they'll give you a delightful anecdote you can share during a lull in the conversation at your next black tie gala. I was discussing this with some of the other writers who are chained up with me in the basement, and we all agreed that these videos, and also sometimes have an over-reliance on inside jokes. This whole video is an inside joke, and generally I'm against it, but when Kevin did pitch this to me, and I do remember it, like, I do realise quite how brutal it would be. But I do remember it, and I was like, yeah, okay, let's do an inside joke video. This video probably has like 40,000 views, but loads of comments. Write me a comment below. Honestly, it's probably only a matter of time before one of these channels puts out an entire video that's just one 30-minute long inside joke. Well, 12 minutes of inside jokes and 18 minutes of unrelated tangents. So at the end of the day, what can we learn from YouTube's plethora of entertainment videos? Well, hopefully a lot. The entire purpose of them is to learn something and maybe have a bit of fun while doing it. And from this video in particular, you've learned that either Simon is really a down-to-earth guy that isn't afraid of making jokes at his own expense, or you've learned that I'm fired. Well, good news, Kevin. You're not fired. And apparently I can laugh at myself, although now I'm going to go and have a little cry. Thanks for being here. I say presenters plural, but it's usually just some... No, Kevin, it's just some generic-looking bald dude with a beard, so it's possible that every infotainment video on YouTube is recorded by the same person.
Alright, we're checking out the only game where you can overdo the testing of planet destruction so much that it destroys all existence. It's Solar Smash. And just like that, because of murdering people in unusual ways, we have unlocked a new planet. Now, obviously, beyond the absolute gigantic amount of new things that there are, like laser-eyed Doge. I don't normally condone ghost-on-ghost violence, but this is kind of interesting. As well as a healing black hole. I don't really know how you heal something that's made out of ectoplasmic peanut butter and jelly, but it works. There are additional things, such as Flat Mars. Obviously, I'm assuming you understand how one would go about getting something like this. What you do is you take your slice of American cheese, you put it inside of Mars, you take your disco ball over here. Obviously, for something like this, you can't just use one, right? Like, you have to try and completely break the game. Well, you know what? Let's just pause this, slow this down so that we can get as many disco balls as possible. If you're gonna get cataracts and have your retinas detached from your eyes, in the name of science, you might as well do it thoroughly after all. I'm sacrificing my computer so that you don't have to. Now, as you notice, the glorious fireworks of dollar store level Star Wars will begin to murder everything except for the tiny slice of pepperoni that we have cored out in the middle here. Need a couple on the top. I don't think I have any Prince concerts going on the top of the bottom over here. Oh god, that is a lot of laser. If there's one thing I love about Solar Smash, it is the complete disdainment for limitations. There are no limitations in Solar Smash. I need to zoom out a little bit more so we can even see what is happening. What happens if you go in full speed? You know, I'm surprised at how smooth this is in full speed. There's all your Unity 5 lighting effects right there. Now, all of us are blind. You're welcome. Every single person out there. We cleared up the entire planet except for this tiny little volcano on the bottom. That's pretty good. I'm gonna give you your time to shine, Doge. Go ahead. Here, you and all of your little Doji friends. Here we go. They all kind of run in. They all look judgmentally at what was left of Mars. And then they all just fall. I love how gravity just takes over and they all just fall to their deaths to leave. That was a healing ray. Like, how much does a healing ray heal? Oh, wow. But can you, like... Oh, yeah. You can just make all kinds of ridiculous stuff with the healing ray. Hold on one second. I have an idea. I just need to throw some moons at the problem to clear this out real fast. Oh! I have smashed the planet, but I'm not done smashing it yet. Now I have to go in here and murder poor Mars all over again. You know, throw some lightning in there too. Maximum Thor! Don't mind me, I'm just using up all of my tactical missiles real quick. I love that the tactical missiles are very, very languid. Like, they're kind of lazy missiles. Some of them just give up halfway toward the planet. They're just like,
I forgot why I was here in the first place.
You can see them just kind of like slowly looming until they eventually hit something. I do love also that while the pieces of the planet get pulled in by the black holes, the missiles are not affected at all. All right, think we cleaned up everything real good. And there is Flat Mars. Now, the entire point, obviously, of Flat Mars is one real thing. Oh, you knew this was coming. Oh, I fired 1,000 weapons in the making of this yeet. Now, I will say, when your planet does have a gigantic yeet drawn on it, it probably is a cry for help. This is the populace saying, please, Greystone Place has done so much to us already. Also, get out of the way. I don't like it when other things that aren't important to me circle the flat Mars. Like, you know, the moon and the sun. That may have been the Earth. I'm not really sure. They all kind of look the same to me when they're blowing up. Oh God. I almost murdered the sun immediately. I'm trying to keep it alive because it provides some level of light. Now, if you want to get a perfect circle right through Mars, how big is a moon compared to flat Mars? Very small. Also, what does this defensive satellite actually do? Like, if I put those in, and then we slow things down, and then we go over to our tactical missiles, does it stop them? Because I can lay down a lot of missiles very, very quickly, you understand. So I'm not sure how many defenses would be required to stop, like, you know, this titanic onslaught of sadness. Oh, never mind. Oh, they're pretty good. Okay, I think I vastly underestimated the amount of missiles I would need to blow up flat Mars. Flat Mars is heavily protected. I mean, will they go after Cthulhu? Just like a thing that they care about? Oh, Cthulhu was pretty smart. He came in from the back door. That sounds terrible. They are still shooting Cthulhu, though. Right there. Let's try the top side. There you go. I'll give you guys a bunch of Cthulhus to work on. I mean, they're giving it their best. I need to get an infinite number of these defensive lasers just to see what it looks like when so many of them are trying to shoot down stuff that's trying to murder flat Mars. I got hungry. Before I started to do the defense systems, I wanted to turn Mars into an onion ring. Here we are on terraformed Mars. Now, first things first, we're gonna put down, you know, a lot of these. Like, enough of these to the point where I probably can't even see the planet looking from this direction because there's so many of them. This is where all the Martian tax dollars go, okay? When you buy property on Mars and, like, you know, a 500 square foot loft costs you about $6 million a month, this is why. Everyone on Mars got tired of the Greystone Place murder fest. So now they've put all of their cash into orbital defense systems. I can still see some ocean. That means we need more orbital defense systems. Now you're gonna notice too that all of the orbital defense systems are stacked on one side right now. One, that's because, you know, the game is slowly starting to break for me. And the other reason is, I assume that this is probably where Florida is. All right, yeah, the game is barely moving right now. That's fantastic. So what happens if we start throwing in all of the different, you know, like fighter jets and stuff? Give these guys something to do. Oh, hold on, let me slow down the speed here, because it is about to be an absolute firestorm of infinite sadness. More. Oh my God. Yes. Woo, all the colors of the rainbow. Hold on a second, I need to pause this. Now, okay, good. I was gonna make sure. We haven't even gotten close to damaging the planet yet. So we have, you know, the gigantic procession of spaceships coming in here, but obviously that's not enough. I don't know if they can shoot down the real Martian ships. Oh, God. The game. Oh, they can absolutely shoot down the Martian ships. The UFOs and everything. How about these, the little ringy guys that, like, whoa! Okay. What about the healing ones? Like, would you shoot down a healing ship? It's here to heal you. Oh, it doesn't. They're intelligent. Like the smartest defense system ever. I would have just figured it would come down and murder everything completely indiscriminately. How about this? Can it shoot down these? You know, like the gigantic battle, like carrier over here? Actually, why have one carrier when you can have a lot of them? I love that if you spawn too many, they just run into one another. It's like no one wants to move aside in traffic. Everyone's taking up the left-hand lane, like the fast lane. They all just keep like rear-ending one another. All right. Okay, so they can take a larger hit. I will say that at the very least. It takes more damage to get rid of them because supposedly they have some shielding on them, but they still die horribly because, you know, we have like 4,000 orbital defense systems out here. Okay, can these kill Space Doge? That'd be kind of weird if they could. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Yeah, they cannot. Fortunately, because I have the little Healy guy just going around the planet, all the damage that the dog did, this thing healed up. That's kind of interesting. How about the tentacle ship over here? How about that? How's that do? Oh, they are firing. Oh no, space squid down. Okay, then we have the massive worm. Most things have fallen to my orbital system so far. But every once in a while, I don't know if this is like the stealth bomber of planet destruction, but they do not care about this thing at all. Like, it is going straight into the front, onto the front lawn, and no one cares. And there we go. What am I paying you guys for? Is there collision? Like, whoa, okay. Okay, I didn't think that it killed these things. They absolutely do. I guess it just depends. Look at that. Oh, you can just put bodies. Hold on, I want to now that I know that this is possible, we have to fill space with just an infinite amount of like dead worm bodies. Hold on, we're 100% doing this. I need to put this on super slow-mo so I can click as many times as humanly possible. Let's get a few coming from this side. There we go. Look at just how, I don't know if the game is breaking or if the space worms are breaking, but all the segments are detaching and they are just flying everywhere. Let's go ahead and put a couple hundred on this side over here. I love this. The defensive satellite is probably one of my favorite things right now. This is great. Oh my God. I think we may be the reason that space has become cluttered with like biodegradable material. There is just chunks going all over the galaxy. The game is 100% unable to function at this point because there's so many worm bits everywhere. On the plus side, I've only killed 600 million people. Even if I fast forward, oh, fast forwarding makes this even worse. Okay, the gigantic, like, massive tentacle beast over here of extra worms, I think is going to get into the planet. I think that the orbital system was finally overpowered. I wouldn't know because I can't move the camera. FPS Simulator 1991. Go! Hey, we're up to 900 million dead people. Exactly. 910. Only 10 million people die with every frame. Oh, we got 7 million people. Oh, there we go. Now we're starting to get big damage. So yeah, the defense satellites finally got taken down effectively. They finally got overrun. I just had to, you know, throw about 700 space sand worms at the problem over here. Unfortunately, not only did it murder the planet, it also murdered my computer. So we've got our block world over here, but I think you can get even more meta. So we're gonna take our block world and then we're going to block the block world. Obviously the best way to do this is with stupid amount of dance party remixes. Oh, I can feel the migraine. I love it. This is probably my favorite way to dig up diamonds. All right, it's not blocky enough. It kind of just looks like a D20 in Dungeons and Dragons. Hold on. Let's go ahead and squish this down a little more. All right, Space Doge, you're up. You and all of your friends. I love how the tail is the most fluffiest thing on the dog. Don't mind me, just doing a little bit of planetary surgery over here. Gotta clean up a little bit, you know what I mean? And then should you be a terrible person enough that you take, you know, first all life off of the surface of the planet by surgically removing it with a gigantic blast laser. How much of the Earth's surface is water? I mean, it's 0 now. I mean, technically it's not Earth, it's Block World. But I feel like it may have been heavily inspired by Earth. But now we can have Block World cubed. Now that is meta. It's a block world of a block world. Nothing with any curvature is allowed inside of here. And it is a very lava-y core. Now obviously when you have a core that is all lava like this, you need to grab your soccer balls and you need to put them inside. Deep inside the block world. More soccer balls. More! Now you may say, Greg, how many soccer balls do you put in there? Well, you have to put enough soccer balls until you start losing frame rate. When you start losing your frame rate, that is when you know that there is enough soccer balls. See how the soccer balls are still moving around quite nicely? Not enough soccer balls. I will put on an auto clicker here if I have to. Oh, I found it. I found a limit. There's actually a limit. It won't let me do anymore. That's hilarious. Okay. All right, Disco Ball. For those about to rock, we salute you. I love soccer. Oh my God. I love that all of the soccer balls blew up, and really it only did like 20% damage. That's pretty impressive, to be honest with you. Like, if we let this kind of go through over here. Now, it did, you know, turn the middle of blocky block world. It's like Marky Mark of planets into a Jenga set inside. But that is not as bad as I would have previously anticipated at all. Oh, when we did that, it didn't just unlock the cube, it unlocked the donut as well. That's hot. This looks unbelievably delicious. It's like a slightly moldy blueberry donut. I'm sure the mold is packed filled with like vitamins and minerals and stuff. If I put a ton of these into the middle of the donut, do they all just leave? Yeah, they do. I mean, you could like slow things down and then put a bunch of those in there and probably shoot like a couple of rockets at it or something. I really have no idea. And let me fire as many of these as I can get going. Then we'll move back over to the explosive guys over here and get these moving as well. Now, I think a few of them ended up just running into the balls on their way in, which is very sad. And, you know, not yet. Not yet. Almost. Like now? I got a couple of them. I will go ahead and send a firestorm of rockets at the problem too. Oh, wow. Yeah, they run into each other like as you're spawning them and just begin blowing up. In that case, I guess if you had to, you could just use the beam over here and just like hit them that way. Like so. It does some damage. There's still a lot of rockets, too, that are going to rain down. They're just unbelievably slow. This is like the most unexcited rain in the entire universe. Look at this. I've got a little popcorn box filled with explosives over here, and the rockets are like, yeah, maybe we'll go in. Oh, there's one little cube that fell off of the planet. That's kind of interesting. Okay, now they're starting to get like a chain of explosions happening. So at this point, I think all the different balls are flying around because they keep getting pulled in by the planet's gravity, which I don't even understand how that would exist because it's just a donut. And then, you know, the sad winder missiles, I guess we'll call them because of how slowly they move, are falling into the pit of popcorn despair and thus blowing up my beautiful molded blueberry donut. That right there is how you go on a diet. Now, that's not it. There's also a water world. Which one of you can blow up a planet instantaneously? Is it you? I don't really remember. It's been a while. I've blown up a lot of planets, all right? Oh, it's you. You're the planet destroyer. It's been a long time since we hung out together, okay? Yeah, I got something for you. Bon appetit. You may say to yourself, great. The planet doesn't look destroyed yet. Listen, like a fine wine, it takes a little bit. There you go. It takes a while for it to, you know, warm up, so to speak. It's aged. Now we can go in here and get our true water world. It looks kind of more like a Jello world. It's very gelatinous. I really don't know how a water world would react to, you know, explosions and stuff. I imagine it would just evaporate a little bit and then regenerate. Yeah, it kind of regenerates over time. Hold on, I have an idea. Now we can take our little, like, timed bombs. We can shoot these until my finger gets tired. Now, do they drown in the water or can you keep using them? I can't tell if they're under the water, like they're sunk. Oh yeah, I can see. Look at them. You can see the little blinking lights in the water, so they're there. More. Obviously, we need to go completely ridiculous with this. There's no reason to just do this part way. This is a great opportunity to find out, like, what if you took a water world and you increase the ambient temperature to like 6 billion degrees? Maybe you get like a steam world or something. How many of these are you gonna let me use, game? I'm kind of, I'm starting to get concerned about what's going to happen when I press the explosion button because I have a feeling it's not going to be anything good. This entire planet is going to be lit up like a warning sign to the rest of the universe. Like, don't come close. That planet is flashing red. It can't be good. That's right, I need my little warning beacons on every single part of this planet. This is not enough. We're not even close to having enough of these yet. It's kind of cool. It makes the water world look like space, like twinkling stars, if you notice how the stars are moving kind of in the background. And now we have so many of these under the surface of the water that the water is twinkling as well. Now, when we do this, obviously I have to go into super slow motion. Okay. They are just everywhere. And here we go. Okay. Oh, yeah. Now, how quickly do they fire in succession? Does it take a little bit? Oh, my God. Oh, no. All the ones that had kind of like bounced off of the water world are exploding too. But so far, it's a pretty smooth explosion. Like, if you look at just how many there are, it really isn't that bad. We're down to 77% water world. Now, the water world is fantastic at regenerating, so I expect it to do okay. But as if we kind of go in full speed here, there we are. Yeah, see, it's not that bad. It's kind of like getting a, you know, a pretty violent tan, I would say. But out of everything that we've blown up, there's still, you know, 60% left. So if you go ahead and really move it along here. Look at that. The water world is incredibly resilient. I think we just evaporated 40% of the water world, though. If you throw a planet inside of it, does it just, like, sink? Or does it legitimately do anything? Oh, we're just throwing a full Earth. I had no idea the water world was quite that big. Yeah, it just slurps up the Earth. You know, here. Have a lot of Earths. More Earths. All of the Earths. Okay. Oh yeah, we're getting rid of a lot of the water. The water is, in fact, starting to, you know, evaporate just from turning into steam, I would guess. I really don't know. 22%, 19%. The answer is always throw more Earths at the problem. Hold on here. We'll throw a little bit of lightning in there, too. Now, some of the lightning might end up shooting the Earths down, but that is a price I am completely prepared to pay. We are in the, like, decimal places of percentages at this point. 7%, 6%. It actually went up for a second there. That was kind of weird. And there we go. The planet is finally considered smashed. There's still 3% left. I don't know where it is. It's probably just like a rain droplet at this point. I love that it says 2.33% left. There's nothing here. And just because Cthulhu is obviously ridiculously thirsty. All right, Elder God. Feast your tentacles on this trove of delicious hydration. Gatorade planet. Go! And whoop. I can't even tell if it's drinking anything. Oh, it did. Cthulhu drank over 50% of the planet. He is now sated. Well, if there's one thing Solar Smash has taught me, it's to continue to drink lots of water. Anyway, folks, hope you enjoyed this episode of Solar Smash. Till next time, stay foxy and much love. Alright, we're checking out the only game where you eat everything on the planet only so you can vomit it back out at light speed. It's Attack Hole. My job is to eat everything I can, but for some reason my only food group is ammunition and explosives. And then once you get bigger and bigger from eating everything, you literally have to projectile vomit it at your opponent and then eat him. I love it. Oh, I get shuriken now. Yay, I can be a lion with a big mouth. Now, after eating a giant human being, you can then spend all of your money on things such as size, which always matters. I don't know what power is, but I'll go ahead and take it. I assume this is how violently I can vomit the material back at the person. Oh, we're getting some big objects now. Yeah, just keep that size moving. You know, all size, all the time. So we get 23 seconds now for insanity. I did notice that there's also a random present over there that I'll eat. Oh, it turned It turned me into Thanos. I love it. So maybe the power is how much power I get for eating the things. You can see it's 8.1, 8.1. Maybe it was 8 before and now it's not. I've got 1 second left to stuff my face with as much as possible. I get the feeling this is enough material. Take my shurikens, take all of them. I got hundreds, all right? I think almost only the shurikens killed him. And the last couple of gunshots do him and yoink. Ah, grenade. Do I eventually get to eat nukes? I feel like I would eventually get to eat nukes. I'd honestly just rather have the lion at the moment. All right, so now my job is to eat raw gold. Okay, now I want these gold bars over here. 17 seconds. Oh, there's entire bags of gold. Yes, you can eat the entire treasure chest. How much time do I have left? 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Hold on, let me get the whole treasure chest. There we go. That's what I really wanted in life. I just missed 1 bag of gold and 1 gold bar, an extra 1,900 gold. More size, and more time too, and more power, and more size. You know, all the size. I got another prize just sitting there. Am I a penguin? I mean, whatever, I'll take it, that's fine. 15 seconds left, I gotta get some grenades in there. My dentist always said, eat more grenades, Gray. Obviously, the doctor thinks that they're high in fiber. I guess it's kind of obvious that I say this, but I feel like you would get explosive diarrhea eating grenades. All right, now do I have enough firepower to kill this thing with all, okay, this does not look like it's going to be enough. Oh, they're crayons, it says. Kind of felt like those were bullets and not crayons, but whatever, I do want to be a penguin. I think the size is just fine, so I'm gonna put the additional money in the power and the timer. Can I get an extra 2 seconds out of this? Nice. My penguin lord, you've got such a bright future ahead of you. Oh, I can already shove grenades into my mouth? That sounds like such an odd sentence to utter. Right now, if the FBI was listening, that would probably be really bad. Oh, the grenades are bouncing off of my lips at this point. I don't like that. We're definitely much, much stronger than we were the last go. Like, I feel like I'm larger. Oh, we're doubling up on grenades. Double fisting grenades. Achoo! Oh, that's a lot of grenade damage. You gotta get them all out before he kicks you in the teeth. Okay, so he's almost done. I would say 1 more shot and we have a win. I feel like all of the shuriken are probably cutting up my uvula, which I'm not super happy about. Okay, that's gotta be enough firepower. Go! I just realized I don't really get to have any nutrition. Everything I eat just comes back out. Now it's a bomb. I've got a ton of money to spend, and I'm eating literal bombs now. So I guess we'll go 1,200, and then everything else into power and time. Because again, it's not the size that ends up killing us. It's just the lack of time to get everything down there. Going straight for all the grenades in the shuriken. Can I fit a bomb into my mouth? Yes, I can. 67 power on the bombs? Are there any more on this board? I am now the Incredible Hulk. This is amazing. This is gonna be a one-time shot right here for this. There's no way this dude is surviving. I'm coughing up an entire military's worth of bombs on him. There's all the shuriken, okay, then all these. There we go, okay, perfect. So that was enough. The Incredible Hulk just downs that poor random dude, and now it's pistols. Don't mind me just coming into the game stacked again. The Incredible Hulk needs some size, and then the rest timers and power, and maybe like 1 more size. Oh wow, guns are really big. More time for 29 seconds. Yeah, this should be good. All right, Hulk, make me proud, man. Okay, I need to go for all this. Getting the gun is gonna be big. I can already tell it's going to. What am I now? It's so weird to see Diana here. That's just really odd. Oh yeah, guns right down the hatch. My parents will be like, what did you have for dinner today? The neighbor. That's basically what I've been eating, is the guy across the street. There he is right there. He's coming over. He's gonna be like, hey, turn down all that music. And then, well, I think we'll be done with all this. Yeah, perfect. What happens in the end? His wife never sees him again. Landmine. Size timer 29 seconds usually seems to be right about where you want to be. Oh, I can get 1 more size in. I'll tell you, I cannot wait to chow down on some landmines. One of my it's a delicacy where I'm from, you understand. Am I a koala right now? I am 100% a koala. This is so odd. Okay, so the bombs are coming down, the shuriken are coming down. I can fit like 8 grenades in my mouth at a time. That grenade is kind of dancing around the rim. That was a little weird. All right, string of landmines. Oh, you. I don't know if that's enough power. We'll find out. Okay, all the landmines and the guns and the bombs. I'm gonna do the shots right off the bat. And barely. That was just barely enough firepower to kill that dude. I got Uzis now. Ah, yes, the delicacies of guns and bombs. Now, on this one, I don't think that we're gonna get the first try here. Yeah, I don't have any landmines or any Uzis. And as we all know, giants are allergic to Uzis. Don't ask me why, it just is. So, about halfway there. So we're really gonna have to pick it up. All right, stacks are on deck. The game's even telling me, it's like, come on, Gray, just buy this stuff and you're clearly going to win. Oh, we're at 30 seconds now. All right, Hulk, do not let me down. You're up against quite the foe, but I'm sure you'll be fine. You're so young, and you're already eating grenades. I'm so proud of you. I don't even know how that makes any sense, but whatever. Okay, can I fit a gun in my mouth? That sounds terrible. Can I eat a gun, I should say? That sounds much, much better. There's the landmines. Oh, I've gotten almost everything. Let me get those last two Uzis in there. This is gonna be a big win. Look at the size of the mouth. Are you ready? Okay, so from just the landmine and the Uzis, he's already at effectively no health. The last couple of shots will all get vomited out at once, and there you go. It's now a whole can of gasoline. All right, the power level has gone up a lot. Yeah, I think what the power level does, it makes you grow quicker, which is good because that means you get bigger faster. So maybe that's where all my money should be going in the beginning, because I've always got the crayons. I still don't know why they're crayons. That makes almost absolutely no sense. So I got the crayons in the beginning, which give me really good size. Oh, wow. Okay, is 3 jerry cans gonna be enough? I feel like it is. Yeah, the jerry cans, again, do like half damage right off the bat. Throw up the rest of them. Got the little tiny guns, and we have a win. Perfect, get in my stomach. C4, it's gonna be nukes. Eventually, 100% we're gonna eat nukes. All right, I'm gonna do like 2 of those, and we're gonna go big on the power level and the time. I'm gonna keep this at about 900 and then all power level. Okay, I used almost all the money. Let's see how this goes. So the crayon should bring us up fairly quickly. Oh yeah, oh that worked out really good. Give me that present. And then straight to grenades. Perfect. Into bombs. Yes. Into the guns and landmines. Landmines are a little bit difficult to eat, especially for a koala. That's just how it goes. Kind of shove the rest of those Uzis in there. More grenades. All right, that's a good start, but we need to eat. We need to be able to get, well, 5 more seconds, huh? It's not a day of fun. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I was gonna say until I could sneeze out a couple of C4s. All right, so we got 1 jerry can in there. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need the C4s. Got him down to about 3/4 though, before he kicked a koala. I feel like that's illegal. It'd be great if the police just came in and arrested him. It's all about the patterns. That was 3 C4s down the gully. 3 pounds of C4. Just chilling out in my abdomen. Is that good for you? Probably not, but it will absolutely murder a giant and allow me to eat him, and yes, the nuke. I am now eating nukes. Oh, it's been so long since I've had a healthy helping of literal bags of gold and entire treasure chests of gold. Oh, yes, I got every single one, I think. Coming into this level, 27 grand. So this is the time. Get 30 seconds on the clock, another size. You know what? I'm gonna go for more size this time. There, and then we'll put another second on the clock. Kind of a weird pattern over here. So we're gonna go side to side. There we are. Oh yeah, we're gonna be easily big enough to go straight up the middle. Start getting the grenades and the bombs. Now, if I remember correctly, there's some guns chilling out down here, because why wouldn't there be? Right into some landmines, into the Uzis, into the jerry cans, get in my stomach, into the nuke. Oh, it's falling in. I will totally revive for this. Okay, not enough yet, but I have an idea. All right, magnets running, go straight up the middle. Oh yeah, oh, the magnet's amazing. Oh my God, I should have gotten the magnet way long ago. All right, we're coming down this way to get the guns, landmines, Uzis, jerry cans, C4, get in there. C4, come on, nuke, yes. Give me 2 nukes. Yes. Oh wow, we easily have enough nukes. 3 nukes. works. Oh, they almost killed him alone. And the little bit left, even all the way down to our crayons and whatnot, are easily going to beat him. Okay, so now there's even more upgrades for the items. So we have our crayons, and then we're eating Duracell battery. I feel like this is unbelievably unhealthy. I'm gonna be vomiting lithium at the problem from now on. I mean, it could work. And flowers, I guess? Maybe they're explosive flowers. Knowing this game, that's probably true. Everything in this game has some sort of violent capability to it. You wouldn't even know, but these items are the most powerful items. All right, so even larger, and then we gotta get that time up. Go. They've been teaching children not to eat batteries for a long, long time. Unless your gray still plays, then you absolutely eat the batteries. Okay, the size ups got pretty extreme very quickly. I think we may be able to do this. Eat the flowers. The power of nature compels you. All right. This should be the last time we need to beat this guy. If there's one thing that is very, very satisfying, it's watching the energy get completely out of control like it is now. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, I think we're gonna get him. We barely even needed the crayons. In fact, a lot of our crayons just got wasted. In fact, I think I'm gonna focus mostly on the power this time and the size. Yeah, 1.5. What are those? Are those like helium boxes? I mean, I guess helium is very explosive. Oh, gonna get stuck inside the old esophagus. Don't worry though, I'm fine. Oh, and pears. We're finally eating healthy. That's the healthiest Thanos has ever been. To take some calcium or whatever's in pears, I really don't know. Win, yoink, get ready, because I'm about to vomit the entire periodic table on you. What other glorious elements can I shove down my throat? Oh, it's just entire bananas now. Why not? They say that you should chew your food unless your grace still play. Hold on, it's like pillows. Why would you eat a pillow? Bananas, pillows. I'm pretty sure that's a paintbrush, and then full suitcases. Okay, I don't even mind losing this quite yet, just because I want to see the rest of the ridiculous things you can eat. All right, we got them about halfway down, so we're gonna need to eat a ton more inedible things that will probably murder us. Yeah, a bigger hole. Sounds whatever. And then this, and then going all the way with the power. Big power. 1.6 per. Straight up the middle, over to the batteries. I think I've eaten my fill of batteries at this point. 76, 78, into the bananas, 156 for bananas. I cannot eat a paintbrush yet, but I can absolutely eat some pillows. Now I can get a paintbrush down there. Give me, yes, I got the suitcase. Look at how much damage this stuff does. We didn't need half of our ammunition. I say ammunition, realistically, it's just whatever's powering your cell phone at the time. Oh yeah, we're stacked with money. I want the last upgraded item I can eat. Let's get level 8 for this. And I want 29 seconds on the timer. You know, I'm gonna go level 9. There, we're busted out. All the crayons. In fact, I could just go straight into batteries. There's the present. Okay, so this one's gonna be really easy. I ate everything on the screen like it was nothing. Okay, so now I'm eating bananas. I'm eating the paint brushes. I'm eating the pillows, and now I'm eating the children's Christmas presents. Because why not? No one's getting any presents for the holidays. Well, I should say there's one guy that's getting presents for the holidays. It's him. So a single present basically took him down to half health. Again, we're not gonna need like 2/3 of this. There we go. Okay, the last level of power-ups. I decided to go absolutely crazy. So we've got the magnet going. So you've got your pineapples, or whatever they are, pears. You've got your bananas. You've got your very nutritious pillows, because that's a thing normal people would eat. Oh, and then you have gigantic cactuses. Oh, give them to me. Yes, create another one. No, it's right there. Hold on, we're saving this. Get in there. Yes! And one present because I can. Oh, finally. Rocket propelled cactuses. Go! They're so powerful. I don't need any of this other stuff. Ah, yes! We did it! We got the final upgrade. We found out World War III isn't going to be fought with nukes. It's going to be fought with cactuses. Anyway, folks, hope you enjoyed this episode of Attack Hole. Till the next time, stay foxy and much love.
Do you ever wonder what pimples you should and should not pop? Well, I'm going to lay it all out for you. Emerging pimples like this should never be popped. Instead, using Pimple Correct will help eliminate these types of pimples with its pore penetrating salicylic acid. All you have to do is use overnight and apply up to 3 times per day. This type of pimple can be popped, but the better solution, you guessed it, Mighty Patches. Mighty Patches work best on whiteheads and for those with oily skin. All you have to do is leave your patch on for 6 to 8 hours and voila, all the gunk will be sucked up. Did you know that blackheads are a type of pimple? And trust me, you definitely don't want to be popping these. To help clear all this pore clogging buildup, use Pore Release. It's a gentle exfoliator that helps clear these stubborn blackheads and prevents new ones from forming. We recommend using it 2 to 3 times weekly. Hope this helps! Do you ever wonder what pimples you should and
Over 27 years ago, Nintendo would launch the N64, and in my opinion, it's one of the most important consoles ever released. Why? Well, simply because, if you compare Nintendo hardware to its competition, traditionally, they were never one to focus on having the most powerful hardware. Their focus was always about offering their customers the best gaming experiences, and bringing new experiences with each iteration of their popular franchises. But the Nintendo 64's launch would change all that. The hype surrounding the console was out of this world. Nintendo's goal was to give players the very best graphics available on a home console and offer the very first 3D games on Nintendo hardware. And to achieve this, Nintendo would famously partner with Silicon Graphics, a long-term leader in graphics computing who were looking to get into the consumer market by adapting its supercomputing technology to video games and bringing high-end 3D graphics for the very first time to Nintendo hardware. Silicon Graphics workstations were quite popular in Hollywood in the 90s and early 2000s, responsible for special effects in movies such as Jurassic Park, Terminator 2, Toy Story, and The Matrix, just to name a few. And the promise of these 3D visuals coming to a home console for the very first time was a mouth-watering proposition. But did Nintendo actually deliver on their promises, or was it just a bunch of hype and not much more? To answer this, we need to go all the way back to 1993. In August of 1993, Silicon Graphics and Nintendo would announce their partnership to bring the Silicon Graphics technology to Nintendo's new console that would be codenamed Project Reality. We have always said we would only introduce new hardware when it delivers dramatically improved value for our customers. Nintendo's Project Reality dissolves the current limits of video play, causing the world to challenge its notion of what a video game can be. It was the 90s and buzzwords were all the rage. Silicon Graphics would label this technology the Reality Immersion Technology. This would essentially combine a 64-bit MIPS CPU, a MIPS coprocessor, and an embedded software layer. This would make up the pieces that would drive Project Reality. It is the first time MIPS RISC technology will be used in the video entertainment industry, providing the power previously only available in high-end PCs and workstations. These high-end SGI workstations had a going price of anywhere between $100,000 to up to $250,000. The rollout for Project Reality would be in arcades in 1994, and available on Nintendo's new console in 1995 for the very low price of $250. And for many people, getting Silicon Graphics hardware in the living room of your house is almost something of dreams. By 1994, the hype levels for Project Reality were off the chain. Silicon Graphics and Nintendo would showcase their hardware at various trade shows. The first would be CES in Las Vegas in 1994. They would show off tech demos that the Project Reality hardware was capable of. Now, there's a little bit of confusion about these tech demos and how they were run, but as far as I know, they were running in real time on S.i.R Iris Indigo hardware, and the configuration of the hardware was said to be a close approximation to what we would expect to see on Project Reality Final Retail. The Shark tech demo is probably one of the ones that you've already seen, definitely one of the most famous ones, and this one was showing off trilinear mip mapping in 1994. Now, in 1994, trilinear mip mapping required significant processing power. The other demo, the City Skyline demo, showed off a panoramic fly-through of a city skyline, and both of these demos for the time were quite jaw-dropping. There was also a lot of hype in magazines who were on board with Project Reality, showing off pre-rendered images of what could be possible on Nintendo's next generation. Picture this on your TV from a 1993 GamePro, showing the possibilities of new hardware. But it wasn't just the magazines. Jim Clark, founder and chairman of Silicon Graphics, famously said the following.
Project Reality is like putting the combined computing power of hundreds of PCs together. Simply stated, there will be no other video game system like it.
Howard Lincoln, then president of Nintendo of America, said, "Our work with Silicon Graphics enables us to actually skip a generation by driving straight through to true 64-bit 3D video entertainment. Nintendo's Project Reality dissolves the current limits of video play, causing the world to challenge its notion of what a video game can be." By the summer of 1994, Nintendo and Silicon Graphics presented their hardware, now known as the Nintendo Ultra 64, at CES in Chicago. However, the new 64-bit system was only shown to select persons at a private invitational event. Nintendo did indeed deliver on what they said and offered two arcade games in 1994, Cruising USA and Killer Instinct, with Killer Instinct even advertising the home version would be coming exclusively to Ultra 64 hardware in the homes in 1995.
Available for your home in 1995, only on Nintendo Ultra 64.
However, both Killer Instinct and Cruising USA had little to do with Nintendo Ultra 64 hardware at all. The reality immersion technology was simply not used, and yet Killer Instinct proudly boasted the game would be coming to home consoles the following year. That never happened, as we know. Instead, Nintendo and Rare would release Killer Instinct Gold, which was an exclusive title based on Killer Instinct 2. This would include the arcade's release characters, combos, 3D pre-rendered environments, but it did not include the full motion video sequences and some voiceovers, and this was due to the cartridge media format that would be the preferred choice over CD-ROM technology. Cruising USA was the other title that was said to be running on Ultra 64 hardware. However, a few months later, Nintendo of America chairman Howard Lincoln admitted that Cruising USA was actually programmed before the MIP CPU console version of the Ultra 64 tools were even available. The cabinet shown at CES was actually running on the Midway V-Unit arcade hardware, which has almost nothing to do with Nintendo Ultra 64 hardware at all. Fans were also quite puzzled that at that very same CES show, Nintendo did indeed show up with Silicon Graphics technology, but not on the Ultra 64, instead a Super NES game, which would be Donkey Kong Country. And while that game for all intents and purposes is an absolute classic that really showed up some amazing pre-rendered visuals, fans wanted more of the Ultra 64, and something was starting to feel off. 1995 would be a tough year for Nintendo, with mostly radio silence. However, the magazine articles would keep coming with hype and promises of tens of millions of polygons on screen, and even Nintendo hand-waving CD technology of its competitors as slow and a waste of money. But it would be these competitors, namely Sony and Sega, who would launch their 3D-based game consoles, the PlayStation and Saturn respectively, and Nintendo all of a sudden was in a very different position. The PlayStation especially launched strong, and it seemed like Nintendo and SGI's promises were fading into thin air. Finally, in November of 1995, Nintendo would show off the Ultra 64 to the public. The first order of business was to announce the name of the hardware had changed from Ultra 64 to just Nintendo 64. Nintendo would show off two playable games, Kirby Bowl 64 and Super Mario 64, and fans were once again excited. Mario 64 especially impressed everyone with its seamless 3D worlds and platforming. However, the hardware would be delayed until its ultimate launch in 1996. This would represent a major milestone for Nintendo and Silicon Graphics. They would keep their promise of bringing the SGI technology to the home, and even below budget at $199. As for the hardware itself, the MIPS VR4300 was clocked at 94 MHz and could manage 125 MIPS or millions of instructions per second. The Reality coprocessor was a system on a chip that combined the Reality display processor for its graphical capabilities as well as the Reality signal processor, and this would be the heart of what made the Nintendo 64 so unique. The graphics processing would feature anti-aliasing, trilinear MIP mapping, Z-buffering, perspective correction, environmental mapping, and even a completely programmable GPU via microcode. Other features included frame buffer effects, level of detail, and even real-time lighting. Many of these features would become the basis of modern 3D and features that are still applied even to this day. The Nintendo 64 ran at a fairly low resolution, however, of just 320 by 240. Now, while there were some games that took advantage of high resolutions, this low resolution coupled with anti-aliasing and trilinear filtering meant that many games would often look blurry or muddy. To add to this, the Nintendo 64 had a big limitation of only a 4KB texture cache. This meant that many textures that were used in games were often quite low resolution. Compare that to the high-end Silicon Graphics workstations that were rendering visuals at much larger resolutions. You can see why some people were disappointed by the visuals output on the N64. But even with all this, the Nintendo 64 undoubtedly could pull off some stunning visual effects. Many believed that was simply not possible on the PlayStation or Saturn, and one that comes to mind is the water effect of Wave Race 64. And there are many other instances of impressive visual effects found in Nintendo 64 games. In